Assalamu alaikum everyone. Okay guys, the mock is uploaded and you guys can start. Acha, the mock is of 100 marks because I just wanted to include every topic there is that hasn't been tested. Okay. So I do know that usually the exam is of 80 marks, so I'm aware of that. I've deliberately made it 100 marks so that we can practice all the topics that haven't been tested yet. Okay. Which is why you can see that I've given you guys 2 hours and 15 minutes. Okay. I've given you guys 2 hours and 15 minutes to solve, and that's more than enough time. Okay. So we will discuss abhi ho rahe hain 12:40, so 2 hours and 15 minutes, that's around 2:55. So we'll discuss it around 2:55. Okay. And inshallah at 5:30 p.m. we have a permutations and combination stream. Okay. And then another stream of trigonometry today. Okay. So good luck guys, and so I'll speak to you guys after the mock inshallah. Assalamu alaikum everyone. क्या हाल है आप लोगों के? Mock was easy, so that was not the intention, guys. Yep, all is good, alhamdulillah. Walaikum assalam. What about you guys? थ्रेशोल्ड से पहले लेट मी सॉल्व द पेपर. ठीक है, थ्रेशोल्ड आप लोगों को देने से पहले आई वुड अप्रिशिएट इफ यू गाइस लेट मी सॉल्व द पेपर, देन आई विल गिव यू गाइस द थ्रेशोल्ड. Reason is that I need to sort of refamiliarize myself with all the questions that I've given. Then I'll give you guys the threshold. ठीक है, so एक दफ़ा मैं अपने आप को ज़रा refamiliar कर लूँ, then I'll give you guys what the threshold is. ठीक है. Yeah, the intention was to keep it harder than the last mock. That is not a coincidence. That was by design. That was the intention, to keep it harder than the last mock. Okay, let's see what you guys have done. Anyway, so I'm late. I'm sorry. Let's begin now. Let's begin the discussion. It was easier than first one for me. Good for you, I guess. Maliha, if you found. Yeah, I will do permutations and combinations today, inshallah. Okay. So, question number 1, first part. The diagram shows the graph 2x plus a, x plus b, x plus c, where a, b, and c are integers. Find the values of a, b, and c. So we don't have to find the equation. We have to find out the values of a, b, and c. Okay? So let's work our way backwards with the x-intercepts. So you can see that the x-intercepts are -2. You can see that the x-intercepts, the other x-intercept is -0.5, and then the other one is x equals to 1. Okay? Okay, now, so we have x plus 2, okay. Then we have 2x plus 1, and then we have x minus 1. Okay, so let's write it the way the question wants. So first we'll write 2x plus 1 because that's what the question says, okay. And then we can write either one, doesn't matter. The question doesn't say anything about b being greater or c being greater, so it doesn't matter. So that means x plus 2, and then x minus 1. So what's the value of a? A is equals to 1. What's the value of b? B is equals to 2. Okay. What's the value of c? C is equals to -1. There we go. A equals to 1, b equals to 2, c equals to -1. ठीक हो गया? Okay, now moving on. So 5:30 to 6:30, no, 5:30 to 7:30, inshallah, I will be doing permutations and combinations. Yeah, you can change the value of b and c, that's fine. Okay, the value of b and c can be swapped, that's perfectly all right. Okay, so this is swappable. Is swappable even a word? Let me Google. Swappable word hai? Interchangeable to word hai. Swappable. Yeah, that is a word. SWAPPABLE. Yeah, that is a word. Okay. Use the graph to find the values of x for which y is greater than or equal to 2. Alright, y is greater than or equal to 2. So let's draw a line at y equals to 2. 2, yeah, no? -2 to yeah. So y is greater than or equal to 2 means that we are looking for the range of x where the line is above the graph. Okay, so first let's highlight all the critical values, then we will write down the range. Okay, so y is greater than or equal to 2 means that we're looking for the range where the curve is above the line. Sorry, I thought it said y is lesser than or equal to 2. We're looking for the range where the curve is above the line. So this is the part where the curve is above the line, and this is the part where the curve is above the line. Okay. Yeah, so we are looking at, what are we looking at? Achha, be careful, you don't want to mess it up. This is because what you're given is not a sketch, it's
the exact representation. So this is minus 1.5, minus 1.6, minus 1.7. So in between minus 1.6 and minus 1.7, so we're going to take this as minus 1.65. This is equal to minus 1. So that means one range is that x is greater than or equal to minus 1.65 and lesser than or equal to 1. ठीक है, x is greater than or equal, तो ये hang हो जाता है. Yeah, x is greater than or equal to minus 1.65, lesser than or equal to minus 1. Okay, put a comma. Do not use the word and ever. Just put a comma and then, yeah. And then the other is 1.2. Yeah, so that means x is greater than or equal to 1.2. So x is greater than or equal to 1.2. That's it. Walaikum assalam. Main theek, alhamdulillah. How are you guys doing? Question number 2. The diagram shows 4 different graphs. Oh yeah, it's minus 1. It is in the middle. It is in the middle. Nope, it's not minus 1.7. Dekho. This is minus 1.5, this is minus 1.6, this is minus 1.7. So in between minus 1.6 and minus 1.7 is minus 1.65. Okay. Okay, now question number 2. Diagrams A to D show 4 different graphs. In each case, the whole graph is shown and the scales on the 2 axes are the same. All right. Part A, not a function. So which one is not a function? Which one fails the vertical line test? This fails the vertical line test. This does not fail the vertical line test. This does not fail the vertical line test. This also does not fail the vertical line test. Yep, minus 1.7 I'm afraid is wrong. So it's B that fails the vertical line test. So that means B is not a function. Okay, a one-to-one function. So remember, a one-to-one function is something that's only increasing or only decreasing. Shouldn't be doing both. So this is not a one-to-one function, or you can say it passes the horizontal line test. Okay, so this is not a one-to-one function. This, on the other hand, is a one-to-one function. This, on the other hand, is also a one-to-one function. This we're not going to bother with. Why? Because it's not a function to begin with. So that means C and D are both one-to-one functions. So C is a one-to-one function and D is a one-to-one function. A function that is its own inverse. Okay, so क्या ये अपना inverse खुद है? नहीं, क्योंकि अगर ये अपना inverse होता तो ये ऐसे होता. ठीक है. This is obviously not, well, this function does not have an inverse to begin with. Okay, why? Because it's not a one-to-one function. So the only function that is its own inverse, it's actually C. Okay, is actually just C that is its own inverse. Okay, it's not D. D does not have its own inverse. Why? Because these two parts, they're not an exact reflection of what we have on the, these two are not a reflection of each other. Okay, so that's it. A function with no inverse. So a function with no inverse has got to be A. A is a function with no inverse. You will not say C, you will not say B. Okay, A is the only function that has no inverse. Why? Because the condition is there are technically two conditions. It should be a function and it should also not have an inverse. So only A fits that description. A is a function, okay, and it does not have an inverse. So that means that's A. Okay. So much logarithm in the paper. In this paper? इस पेपर में इतना logarithm कहाँ से आ गया? I don't think so. Okay, question number 3. A function f is such that, write down the range of f. So very simple. The range of f will simply be greater than 2. So range of f is greater than 2. Okay. All right. Find an expression for f inverse of x. Find an expression for f inverse of x means we need to first make y the subject. Okay. If I make y the subject, let's see what happens. Sorry, first I'll equate it to y, then I'll make x the subject. So y is equals to 2 plus e raised to the power minus 3x. Okay. So let's step by step make x the subject. So this means y minus 2 equals to e power minus 3x. So we're going to take ln on both sides. So we have ln y minus 2 Do I have a specific? Y is greater than 2 also works. Y is greater than 2 also works. Okay. But I wouldn't risk it. I wouldn't risk it. F बोल रहा है तो F. Is there any other function? Since there is another function, so I'm not too sure if y is greater than 2. Examiner leniency की वजह से छोड़ दे तो छोड़ दे. I don't know. Yeah, you can write f of x is greater than 2. That's perfectly all right. Okay. So this is what we're looking at. Minus 3x comes down, gets multiplied. That's the whole idea behind taking ln. So we have minus 3x is equals to ln y minus 2. ln e, remember, is equals to 1. That's why we just ignore it altogether. So what's x equal to? X is equals to minus 1 upon 3. Okay. ln y minus 2. There you go. Then don't forget the final step. What's the final step? The final step is f inverse of x equals minus 1 upon 3 ln x minus 2. ठीक हो गया? Okay, now 2x पे बोलूँ? नहीं यार, आज एनर्जी लेवल वैसे ही मेरा काफ़ी लो है. I don't know how I'm gonna do the rest of the streams, but let's see. We'll inshallah find the strength somewhere. Khair, so I hope that, wait, there's more. A lot of you have this question ke, how will we know that the graph of ln and e will intersect? इस सवाल का जवाब ये है कि you don't know whether they will intersect or not. ठीक है, हमें नहीं पता. हम सिर्फ ग्राफ को फॉलो करेंगे. If they do end up intersecting, they intersect. If they don't, that's perfectly all right. ठीक है. So there is no way. Yeah, you can take e positive and take ln also. ठीक है. I'm sure there is another answer of this also. I am sure that there is another answer of this as well. Let me think. वो होगा 1 upon e power x. इसका दूसरा आंसर क्या होगा? अच्छा, I could be wrong. ठीक है, because मैं अपने अंदाजे से कर रहा हूँ. So it will be 1 upon 3 positive ln और x minus 2 का reciprocal कर लेते हैं. Yeah, so this is another answer. Okay, so if you made e positive in the beginning, then this is the answer that you will end up with. ठीक है. If you have made e positive in the beginning, then this is the answer that you'll end up with. ठीक है. क्या मशवरा दे रहे हैं आप लोग? Red Bull पी लें? Oh नहीं भाई, I don't drink any of that crap. Okay, khair. On the axis, sketch the graph of y is equals to f of x and y equals to f inverse of x, stating the coordinates of the point where the curves meet the coordinate axis. State the equations of any asymptotes. Label your curves. All right. So, सवाल को क्या चाहिए? सवाल को चाहिए the point where the curve meets the coordinate axis, number 1, and state the equations of any asymptotes. Label your curves. All right, we'll do that. So, let's begin with 2 plus e power minus 3x. So 2 plus e power minus 3x. ठीक है, इसको y कह देते हैं. अच्छा, इसका एसिम्टोट जो है वो तो नो ब्रेनर है. y equals to 2 इसका एसिम्टोट होगा. ठीक है. अच्छा, एक काम करते हैं, since we don't want to ruin the space that's given to us for working, let's do it over here. ठीक है, यहाँ पे तो ग्राफ नहीं आएगा हमारा. So y equals to 2 will be the equation of the asymptote. Okay, remember the constant that's left. Okay, the constant that's in the equation, that's the equation of the asymptote. ठीक है. अच्छा, फिर what else? So let's plug in x as 0. If I plug in x as 0, y is equals to 2 plus e raised to the power 0. E raised to the power 0, anything raised to the power 0 is equals to 1, so that means y is equals to 3. Okay, what is this? This is the y-intercept. And obviously an exponential curve does not have an x-intercept. Okay, any exponential curve that you look at does not, unless you translate it or something, it does not have an x-intercept. Okay. Okay, so y equals to 2 means that we're looking at a horizontal line. So yeah, this is the asymptote. And y equals to 3 means that the y-intercept will be somewhere over here. Okay, so remember that this, will the equation look like this? Question for you guys. Is this what the equation going to look like? Yes or no? Sorry, is this what the graph going to look like? Yes or no? How many of you say yes? No. Why? Because we're not drawing the graph of e power x. We're drawing the graph of e power minus x. Okay? This is not what it's going to look like. In fact, it's going to look like this. Okay? क्यों? क्योंकि हम किसका ग्राफ बना रहे हैं? हम e power minus x का ग्राफ बना रहे हैं. ठीक है? So that means the graph of f of x will be something like this. ठीक हो गया? अच्छा, मैं काम करता हूँ. I will not take the unfair advantage of turning it into a proper curve so that the playing field is leveled. ठीक है? Acha, so what's next? So can you share the M's for this? I'll share the solved version, don't worry. Now let's look at the inverse graph. So the inverse graph is this one right here. It's f inverse of x. अच्छा, इसको बनाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है हमें. I mean, we don't really need to. बनाने की तो of course ज़रूरत है. We don't really need to write down the equation. ठीक है? So it's minus 1 upon 3 ln x minus 2. Now, first of all, this will have an asymptote, which is x equals to 2. So let's make sure that we label it y equals to 2. This is the equation of the asymptote. Okay? And this is f of x. Now, if y equals to 2 is the equation of the asymptote of f of x, then what about f inverse of x? F inverse of x की equation होगी x equals to 2. ठीक है? x inverse of x, f inverse of x की equation होगी x equals to 2. ठीक है? So that means this is where we will have the asymptote. ठीक हो गया? Make sure that it's evenly spaced, because if it's not, then they will not look like a reflection of one another. अच्छा, and then it will have a y-intercept at 3. अच्छा, अब $1 million question. The graph will look like what? The graph will look like this, or will the graph look like this? One or two? Will it look like number one, or will it look like number two? आप लोगों के लिए सवाल. Number one or number two? बिल्कुल reflect करेंगे बेटा, बिल्कुल reflect करेंगे. Number two, that's correct. It will look like the one that I've drawn in 2. So will they intersect? Yes or no? Will they intersect? Yes or no? They will intersect. That's it. ठीक है? So this is the graph of f inverse of x. So that's it. इसमें इतना rocket science नहीं है. कैसे हमें कैसे पता चलेगा कि intersect करेंगे या नहीं करेंगे? भैया बनाएं. Intersect करना होगा तो कर लेंगे, नहीं करना होगा तो नहीं करेंगे. It's really not that complicated. Okay, just draw the graph and find out whether they intersect or not. ठीक है? That was the $1 million question. Okay, do they intersect or not? Well, there you go. They do intersect. So x equals to 2 is the equation of the asymptote. इसकी यहाँ से ये चोंच ख़त्म कर देते हैं. And that's it. Do they look like a reflection of one another along the line y equals to x? Well, not my best work. ठीक है? Not exactly Picasso standard, but they do look like a reflection of one another along the line y equals to x. That's it. So yeah. Okay, now let's move on. A function g is such that g of x equals to x power 3 upon 2 plus 4. Find the exact solution of the equation. Exact means there's something to watch out for. So if f inverse is wrong and f is correct, how much marks will I get? 2 marks. G of f of x equals to 12. So g of f of x equals to 12. All right. Exact means that maybe our answer will be in terms of ln, maybe our answer will be in terms of e, maybe our answer will be in third form. I don't know. Let's find out. Okay. G of f of x means that in function g we plug in function f. ठीक है? और obviously हम किसकी जगह पे करेंगे? हम x की जगह पे करेंगे. So what is x currently? What is it currently? It's x raised to the power 3 upon 2. Okay, now in place of x, क्या आ जाएगा? पूरा f of x आ जाएगा. So this means 2 plus e raised to the power minus 3x plus 4 equals to what? Equals to 12. All right. Now, so 2 plus e to the power minus 3x raised to the power 3 upon 2 equals to 12 minus 4. What's that equal to? That's equal to 8. Okay. Now, how do we get rid of the power 2 upon 3? We can get rid of the power 2 upon 3 by raising both sides to the opposite of 3 upon 2. And what's the opposite of 3 upon 2? It's 2 upon 3. ठीक है, so this cancels out. 8 to the power 2 upon 3 means cube root of 8, that's 2, square of which is equals to 4. So 2 plus e power minus 3x equals to 4. ठीक है. So we have e power minus 3x is equals to 4 minus 2. What's that equal to? That's equal to 2. So we have ln e power minus 3x, which is equal to ln 2. ठीक है. अच्छा, अब you guys are all grown ups, right? So मैं थोड़े से steps skip कर रहा हूँ. x equals to minus 1 upon 3 ln 2. ठीक है. Or you can also write it as positive 1 upon 3 ln 2. ठीक है, ये भी कर सकते हैं. So minus 1 upon 3 ln 2, that's good enough. ठीक हो गया. Okay, now positive भी चलेगा. Or x equals to one upon 3 ln to the power 1 upon 2. ये भी चलेगा. ठीक है. Okay, now question number 4. The first three terms in the expansion of 2 minus 1 upon 4x, the whole thing power 5, are a plus b upon x plus c upon x squared. Find the value of each of the integers a, b, and c. Okay, now. So the first term will be 2 power 5. The next term will be 5c1, 2 power 4, minus 1 upon 4x to the power 1. Then the term after that will be 5c2, 2 power 5 minus 2. What's that equal to? That's equal to 3. And minus 1 upon 4x raised to the power of 2. ठीक हो गया. Okay, now, so 2 power 5, what's that equal to? That's equal to 32 plus, अच्छा बेटा, let me solve this question. फिर मैं देखता हूँ आप लोगों का अगर कोई important question है that's worth answering. Minus 1 upon 4, math error? Oh, 5c1. Okay, so we get minus 20 upon x. So yeah. So next term definitely positive होगी, so it's going to be 5c2 into 2 power 3 into minus 1 upon 4, the whole thing square, that's equal to 5. So plus 5 upon x square. That's it. 3 easy marks. Okay. Can we put in decimal for 3? Nope, you cannot write it in decimal. Beta, can you read the question? It says exact. ठीक है. Okay, can anyone let me know if lectures available for advanced differentiation integration? But instead of asking people, why don't you be a little bit proactive and see for yourself? ठीक है, खुद ही search कर लो, तो आपके पैसे नहीं लगेंगे search करने में. You'll find out whether they're available or not. अगर जी, हाँ, that's not a bad idea कि अगर if you take it across the equals to sign, आप उसको inverse बना के भी कर सकते हो. You can do that. Can we input x values to draw the graph? Of course you can do that. Of course you can plug in values to draw the graph. ठीक है. If nothing makes sense, okay, if there's nothing that you can think of, then do that only. So 32 minus 20 upon x plus 5 upon x square. What are we looking for? We're looking for the term independent of x. Independent after multiplying these two expressions. Now, one expression is such that it will remain as it is. We cannot expand it further. One expression is such that we have just expanded. Independent of x means that we are only looking for the constant. So 32 3 से multiply हो जाएगा. What's that equal to? That's equal to 96. Minus 20 upon x multiply हो जाएगा 4x से. So minus 20 times 4, that's equal to minus 80x upon x. So this gets cancelled. And 96 minus 80, what's that equal to? That's equal to 16. There is no term that we need to multiply 5 upon x squared with. Why? Because if I want independent of x after multiplying 5 upon x squared with something, it has to be a term that has x squared with it. So we don't have to write the values of a, b, and c. Find the value of each of the integers. Actually, we do. You're right. We do have to, because the question is not saying expand and write it in this form. The question is saying find the value of each integers a, b, and c. So you're absolutely right. We have to. A equals to 32, b equals to minus 20, c is equals to 5. If you don't do this, then I think the examiner does have the right to penalize you. Nahi beta, I will not be doing any more mocks. ठीक है, I think we're done with mocks. Tomorrow maybe I'll do a stream. Maybe I'll do a stream of, maybe I will do a stream. Maybe I'll do a stream on velocity vectors. Maybe, I don't know. Let's find out. Find the gradients of the lines AB, AC, and BC. Okay, so let's begin by finding out the gradient of line AB, which means 10 minus 4 over 6 minus minus 2. So that means the gradient of line AB is equals to 6 upon 8. That's equal to 3 upon 4. Okay, so that's the gradient of line AB. Then let's go ahead and find out the gradient of line AC. So that's going to be 2 minus 4 over 12 minus minus 2. So that means the gradient of line AC is equals to, let's work this out, 2 minus 4 over 12 minus minus 2. That's equal to minus 1 upon 7. ठीक हो गया. And then finally, let's find out the gradient of the line BC, which will be 2 minus 10. 2 minus 10 over 12 minus 6. So the gradient of line BC is equals to 2 minus 10 over 12 minus 6. That's equal to minus 4 upon 3. Okay? Immediately we can see that there is something fishy going on. Not fishy, but there is something to watch out for. Will you solve the trick question today? बेटा that trick question जिसके आप पीछे पड़े हुए हो वो APGP का है. APGP already test हो गया है, तो बेटा we have much bigger fish to fry, so might as well focus on that. ठीक है. एक ही चीज़ की रट लगाने से बेहतर है कि आप सवाल में ऐसे फेक पेपर तो नहीं आएगा ना. I mean पेपर में से फेक सवाल तो नहीं आएगा, और भी सवाल होंगे. And that question that you're talking about, that is from APGP, and APGP has already been tested. So my advice to you is move on. Yeah, we see that they are negative reciprocal of one another. That means they are perpendicular. Okay, we see that they are negative reciprocal of one another. That means these two are perpendicular. Hence find means that we have to use the answer to the previous part. Okay, we have to use the answer to the previous part. Achha, how can we use the answer to the previous part? Let's have a look. So notice that AB and BC is perpendicular. What does that mean? So what will happen as a result? If let's say there are 3 points that are lying on a circle and point B is making an such that there are 3 points that the circle is passing through, such that the two lines are perpendicular. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? इसका मतलब ये हुआ that there is a no tangent. There is no how can you have a tangent over here when the circle is passing through these 3 points? It means that there is a circle property to be applied over here. And what is that? Angle opposite the diameter. Okay, because we have a 90-degree angle, and that 90-degree angle will be the angle that's opposite the diameter. Okay, that 90-degree angle will be an angle that's opposite the diameter. Okay, so B पे आपका क्या है? B पे आपका 90 degree है. सही है. AB जो line है उसका gradient positive है. That means it looks something like this. ठीक है. BC जो line है उसका gradient negative है. That means it looks something like this. ठीक है. Again, a very rough sketch. ठीक है. But it's enough to get the point across. It's enough for us to understand the kind of situation that we're in. So this is what it looks like basically. ठीक है. Why have I drawn angle B to be 90 degrees? Because AB and BC are perpendicular. Okay, so line AB is perpendicular to line BC. Therefore, angle B is angle ABC, to be precise. Angle ABC is 90 degrees. Okay? So AC is the diameter. Yep, that's correct. So let's find out the coordinates of the center. How will I find out the coordinates of the center? Simply add the two x coordinates, divide by 2, add the two y coordinates, divide by 2. Okay, so we'll do minus 2 plus 12 upon 2, minus 2 plus 12 upon 2, okay, and then 4 plus 2 upon 2. So minus 2 plus 12 is 10, 10 upon 2 is equals to 5, 4 plus 2 is 6, 6 upon 2 is equals to 3. So yeah, okay, now, so we have the coordinates of the center now. Then we want the radius. So radius के लिए हमें काम करते हैं. Let's find out AC and then let's divide it by 2. ठीक है. Or you can take the center and using the center you can find out the coordinates. You can find out the distance of the center from C, the distance of center from A, or the distance of center from B. ठीक है. All of them work perfectly all right. Okay. So AC, let's find out the distance AC. So that's going to be 12 minus minus 2. 12 minus minus 2, the whole thing squared, plus 2 minus 4, the whole thing squared. Okay. So AC is equals to, let's see. Yeah, you can do it anyway. It doesn't really make a difference. Okay. So 12 minus minus 2 is equals to 14. So 14 squared plus 2 minus 4 is minus 2. So that's equal to 10 under root 2. Okay. So R हो जाएगा हमारा 10 under root 2 upon 2. ठीक है. And remember, since we want R square, so don't forget to square it as well. ठीक है. So 10 under root 2 divided by 2, don't forget to square it. So R square is equals to 50. That's it. Time to put all the pieces together. X minus 5, the whole thing squared. X minus 5, the whole thing square, plus y minus 3, the whole thing square, equals to r square. And what's r square equal to? R square is equals to 50. There we go. Acha, what's that? So I got the same answer by using x and y variable and finding the length between the center of each point, since the length should be the same as its radius, solved simultaneously. Yeah, except that since the question says hence, how does hence fit in over here? What you've done is mathematically correct, but I don't see hence fitting in over here. Okay. So it's fine if we take extra sheet, right? As I did it the other way, we had to find perpendicular bisectors and it required a lot of working. Dekho, you can do it through perpendicular bisectors, but you guys are not getting the point here. Okay, you can find out, you'll get the correct answer if you do it through perpendicular bisector, but the question is, where does the word hence fit in then? Hence का मतलब है कि you have to use the answer to the previous part. ठीक है, तो perpendicular bisector से अगर आप करोगे, तो देखो आप लोग सवाल क्यों नहीं पढ़ रहे हो? ठीक है. Is this the first hence related question that you guys are solving? Why do you guys start blanking out so close to the exams? Is this the first hence find question that you guys are solving, or is this the first time that you guys are coming across the word hence? Or do you guys don't know what to do when the question says hence? I doubt that. ठीक है. तो आप लोगों ने hence का मतलब है कि you need to realize that there is a 90-degree angle and then you need to solve it accordingly. Perpendicular bisector में तो negative reciprocal हो रहा है. लेकिन उसमें there is nothing related to part A other than the fact कि आप gradient use करोगे, उसका negative reciprocal निकालोगे जो आप use कर रहे हो. Other than that, there's not anything else that you guys are using. ठीक है. So इसमें आपका I don't think that you guys will get marks if you do it through perpendicular bisector. ठीक है. So I did APGP question of P1 on extra sheet because I did it wrong. So will it be checked? Please guide. As long as you've mentioned it, as long as you've made it easy, you've made it a point to the examiner that so-and-so question is solved on an extra sheet, it will be checked. Okay. Yes, any question with hence means that you have to show the reference to the previous part. Okay. So do we have to explain it in hence-based questions? No, you don't have to explain it. Okay. I mean, you don't have to explain deliberately. Explain what? What do you mean by explain it? क्या explain करना है, क्या नहीं करना? Elaborate and tell me. Okay, show that d upon dx, the derivative of e power 4x upon 4 minus x e power 4x is equals to px e power 4x, where p is an integer to be found. ठीक है? Sir, is writing hence shown at the end mandatory? It's important so that the examiner knows that this is where it ends. Okay, for that reason, yes, it's important. Okay, hence shown, hence proved, ये important है. Anyway, now as far as e power 4x upon 4 is concerned, इसको differentiate करना तो is very easy. E power 4x upon 4, multiply this by the differential of the power, that's equal to 4. But as far as integrating x, as far as differentiating x e power 4x is concerned, for that we have to. Now you don't have to describe it in detail using English, ठीक है? बस इतना कर लो कि since they are perpendicular, ABC is 90 degrees. ठीक है? That's good enough. So we'll have to use product law over here, u equals to x, which means u prime is equal to what? Is equals to 1. v is equals to e power 4x, which means v prime is equals to 4 e power 4x. Okay, so we have vu prime plus uv prime. Vu prime plus uv prime. So this 4 and this 4 gets cancelled. Okay. So what are we looking at? This is what we're looking at. We're looking at e power 4x minus, now let's do vu prime minus uv prime. That means e power 4x plus uv prime. uv prime means x 4x कर लेते हैं. So 4x e power 4x. Okay, bracket close. Now let's expand, see what we end up with. So e power 4x minus e power 4x minus 4x e power 4x. So what happens as a result is that this gets cancelled. We have minus 4x e power 4x, which means that p equals negative 4, and that's the answer. Okay. Yeah, I am doing a permutation combination stream today, guys, at what time? At 6:30. 6:30, 5:30, I think 5:30. Okay. Hence find the exact value. Once again, hence means that we have to use the answer to the previous part. Okay. Now, from the previous part, what do we know? From the previous part, we now know that if we integrate, will I lose marks if I don't write p equals to minus 4? I hope you don't, but I think you will. Okay. So yeah, there's no other way for me to put it. Okay, I hope you don't, but I think you will. Because the question has deliberately asked you to do something, and if you don't do that, the examiner has the right to cut your marks. ठीक है, ठहरो मैं इसकी marking scheme खोल के दिखा देता हूँ आपको. Does it say कि write down the value of p? नहीं, you won't actually. You won't. The question does not say कि find the value of p. It just says कि show that this is how you can write it, so you're not going to lose marks. Okay, so this is also good enough. Okay, now let's see what the following part says. The following part says hence find. Hence find means you have to find out, you have to use the answer to the previous part. So from the previous part, we now know that if we integrate minus 4 x e power 4x with respect to x, what will we get? We will get this. We will get e power 4x upon 4. Okay, minus x e power 4x. Okay. Now keep your eyes on the price. We only want the integral of x e power 4x. Okay, so that means we need to get rid of this minus 4 over here. Okay, how do we get rid of this minus 4? We divide the left hand side by minus 4. We divide the right hand side by minus 4 as well. Okay, so minus 4 gets cancelled, not by coincidence but by design. So that means now we know that the integral of x e power 4x with respect to x. Okay, now you divide this separately. You divide e power 4x upon 4 by minus 4. That gives you minus, first of all, e power 4x over 16. And then this will become plus x e power 4x upon 4. ठीक हो गया? Or if you want, you can write the minus 1 upon 4 separately also. That also works. ठीक है? Now don't forget that there are limits. There are limits that you have to apply. What are the limits? So is there any way to check the answer of hence find question in integration of calculator? If it is within limits, then yes, you can do that. Like for example, you can check the decimal value of this and you can use the integration feature of your calculator to see the answer of this and see whether they're both equal. But if it's without limits, then I'm afraid you can't do that. Yeah, I'm afraid you can't do that. Okay, 0 and then ln 2. So now let's plug in the limits also. Let's plug in 0 and let's plug in ln 2 one by one. So ln 2 is the upper limit, 0 is the lower limit. Let's start by plugging in ln 2. So minus e raised to the power 4 ln 2 divided by 16 plus ln 2 e raised to the power 4 ln 2 okay, divided by 4. So that's with the upper limit plugged in. Now let's plug in the lower limit. If I plug in the lower limit, which is 0, that means minus e to the power 0 upon 16 plus 0. Okay. Yeah, angle in radians should be given correct to one decimal place. All right. So we're running out of space. So let's be careful. Achha, how do we deal with 4 ln2? E raised to the power 4 ln2. You can do it using your calculator, or वैसे तो let's do it using your calculator. So इसका आंसर होगा 2 power 4 is equal to what? Is 16. So इसका आंसर होगा 16. ठीक है. But let's work it out. So minus e raised to the power 4 ln 2. Yep, that's equal to minus 16. So minus 16 upon 16 plus ln 2 into 16 upon 4. We'll simplify this shortly. So this is with the upper limit plugged in. Now let's simplify the lower limit. So if I simplify the lower limit, what do we get? E power 0 is 1. This becomes minus 1. So this is equal to minus 1 upon 16. Okay. Can we take e power 4x common first? You can do that, but it's not really going to be a game changer. You can do that, but it's not really going to be a game changer. Can we deliberately add limits to confirm an answer using calculator? It's going to be a very lengthy process. Anyway, so this is what we're looking at. We're looking at minus 1 plus 4 ln 2. Minus minus becomes plus, so plus 1 upon 16. All right, so what does this simplify to? This simplifies to 4 ln 2, exactly how the question wants. Minus 1 plus 1 upon 16, that's going to be minus 15 upon 16, but let's just do it to make sure. Yeah, so this is equal to minus 15 upon 16. Is this exactly what the question wanted? A ln 2 plus b upon c, where a, b, and c are integers to be found. Yep, so that is correct. There you go. That's it. That's your answer. Do I have any predictions for paper 21? I don't have any predictions for paper 21 because I haven't been able to look at a lot of the questions that were tested in paper 21, but I have shared a sheet with you guys with the help of which you can predict exactly what's going to be tested. Okay? So I hope that helps. All right, question number 7. Let's see what this question says. The diagram shows a badge made of thin sheet metal consisting of two semicircular pieces, centers B and C, each of radius x centimeter. They are attached to each other by a rectangular piece of thin sheet metal, ABCD, such that AB and CD are the radii of the semicircular pieces, and AD is equals to BC, which is equal to y centimeter. The video that I made talking about what to expect in paper 2, in that there is a link in description where you will find a Google sheet with the help of which you can predict exactly what's going to be tested in paper 2 variant 1. Okay? All right. Now, so given that the area of the badge is 20 centimeters square, show that the perimeter of the badge is given by. All right. Now, two semicircular pieces. Achha, where are the semicircular pieces? Centers B and C. So that means this is the semicircle that the question is talking about. This is a semicircle that the question is talking about. That means if I combine their areas, that's as good as the area of a circle. So that's equal to pi r square, or pi x square in this case, since the radius is x. AB and CD are radii of the semicircle pieces. Okay. So we're given the area of the badge to be equal to 20. And notice that the perimeter is in terms of x. So that means we have to first make sure that every length is in terms of x before we start. Okay. Every length is in terms of x before. Beta 4037 and 0606, they're both exactly the same. Okay. O-level maths and O-level IGCSE. O-level and IGCSE add maths, they're exactly the same. Okay. Now, so let's find out the perimeter. The perimeter will be equal to pi r plus pi r plus this length, which is x, plus y plus x. So that means here's what we're looking at. 1, and this length also. Yeah, forgot to include this length. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Altogether, there are 6 lengths that will make up the perimeter. So let's start finding them one by one. So first of all, we will have this circumference. Okay, what's the circumference equal to, given that the area of the badge, show that the perimeter. Okay, so that will be equal to 2 pi r upon 2. But considering that we have two of these, so we're going to multiply it by 2. Okay, and what's the radius equal to? The radius is equals to x. So that means 2 pi x upon 2 times 2. Okay. Acha. Sir, is it possible to join us? Yeah, you can join anywhere from anywhere in the world as long as you have an internet connection. Plus the second length, which is equal to y. So we've taken into account this length, we've taken into account this length, we've taken into account this length. Now this will be equal to x, this will be equal to x, and then y. So plus x plus y plus x. Okay. Now here's what we see. We see 2 pi x plus 2y plus 2x. I see ya. We see 2 pi x plus y, which is equal to 2y, because we have this and this, and then we have this x and this x, that's equal to 2x. But notice that our answer is only supposed to be in terms of x. Okay, our answer is supposed to be in terms of x only. So what are we going to do for that? How do we get rid of y? We can get rid of y by using this piece of information, which is that we're given the area of the badge. Now, how do we calculate the area of the badge? We first have to divide this shape into a bunch of shapes that we're familiar with, a bunch of shapes that we know the formula of before we find out the area. So we see two semicircles and we see a rectangle. So that means the area of this will be equal to pi x square upon 2. The area of this also will be equal to pi x square upon 2. Okay, and the area of this will be equal to xy. So area is equals to pi x square upon 2 times 2, since there are two of these, plus xy. And what's that equal to? That area, according to the question, is equals to 20. Let's just double check. Yep, that's equal to 20. Okay, so this gets cancelled out. Now we have xy, which is equal to 20 minus pi x square, which means y is equals to 20 upon x. Okay, 20 minus pi x square upon x. Okay, now let's separate it. Write it separately with 20, write it separately with pi x square. Okay, so we cross this out, and what are we looking at? We're looking at 20 upon x minus pi x. So we found y in terms of x. Now let's plug it back into the equation, back into the perimeter equation, and see what we end up with. So let's make a column over here. Now remember, this is what the perimeter was equal to. Okay. Now let's plug in y. So 2 pi x plus 2 times y की जगह क्या आ जाएगा? Y की जगह आ जाएगा 20 upon x minus pi x. And don't forget the plus 2x. Okay. So do we have to write equals to whatever the equation is every time, or we can skip writing it once we have already wrote it once? If you've written it once, then no need to write it again. So the perimeter is equals to 2 pi x plus 2 times 20, that's 40 upon x minus 2 pi x plus 2x. Let's see what happens. So 2 pi x positive and 2 pi x negative, they take out each other. And finally, the perimeter is equals to 40 upon x plus 2x. So there you go. That's your answer. Take okay. Okay, now part 2. Given that x can vary, find the minimum value of p, justifying that this value is minimum. Okay, minimum value of p means that we differentiate it, we set it equal to 0, then we double differentiate it, and we justify that this is in fact a minimum value. Achha, but before we differentiate, we have to write it in a way that it's easy for us to differentiate. So that's 40 x power minus 1 plus 2x. So dp upon dx, we're going to equate this to 0 to find out the value of x where p is minimum, and then we're going to plug in that value back into the perimeter equation to find out the minimum value, and then we will double differentiate to justify that this is indeed a minimum value. So this will become minus 40 x raised to the power minus 2 plus 2. Okay, let's equate this to 0. So minus 40 upon x square plus 2 equals to 0. Which means 2 equals to 40 upon x square, which means x square is equals to 40 upon 2, that's equal to 20, which means x technically should be equal to plus minus square root of 20, but because x is a form of length, so that means it can only take the positive value. Now that you have the value of x where p is minimum, let's plug that value of x back into the equation and find out the minimum value of p, and then we will justify that this is indeed a minimum value. Okay, so let's work this out. Let's just double check. Remember the 3-to-1 rule, 3 lines of working. Review the work once. So pause for 2 seconds, review it once. So 14 to minus 1, that's minus 40. X bar minus 2, differentiate 2x, you get 2, equate it to 0. So minus 40 upon x square plus 2 equals to 0. That means 2 equals to 40 upon x square. 2x square is equals to 40. X square equals to 20. X equals to, okay, so yeah, looks good to me. All right, so 40 upon under root 20 plus 2 under root 20. So plus 2 under root 20. Okay, so what are we looking at? We're looking at 8 under root 5. The question does not specify that you have to write down the exact value or something. Double derivation करके नहीं कर सकते बेटा. Double derivation अभी तो सवाल तो पढ़ो. Find the minimum value of p. Now we have to justify that this is minimum. Okay, now we have to justify that this is minimum. This is the minimum value. Now we have to justify that this is minimum, which means that now we will double differentiate. Okay, you will not just double differentiate and not find the minimum value. That's incomplete. It's like you're finding the stationary value, then you're finding out the nature of it. So d square p upon dx square will be equal to minus 40 into minus 2. That's equal to positive, first of all, 80 x raised to the power minus 3 plus 0, which means this becomes 80 upon x cube, okay, which will be greater than 0. Okay, so therefore p is minimum. Okay, don't we double differentiate first because we need to see which one is minimum and then plug it into the equation? Why will I double differentiate it first? Why will I double differentiate it first? What's the purpose of double differentiating? The purpose of double differentiating, even if you double differentiate it first, you will not have the value of x to figure out, you won't have the value of x to plug in. P is 2 root 5, is it? No, how can you just double differentiate? Why are you guys not reading the question? The question says find the minimum value of p. How will you find the minimum value just by double differentiating? Chalo, answer my question. Answer my question. How will you guys find out the minimum value just by double differentiating? Chalo, if you guys can answer this question, I will take my words back. Acha, p is not 2 under root 5. I think what you're saying is 2 under root 5 is the value of x, that is 2 under root 5. Okay? So can you guys just double differentiate and find out the minimum value of p? I'm not talking about the nature of minimum value. I'm not talking about the nature of value. I'm talking about the value itself. Can you do that just by double differentiating? Of course not. Read the question. The question says, given that x can vary, find the minimum value of p, justifying that this value is a minimum. So you first need to find out the minimum value of p by first differentiating p with respect to x, equating it to 0, finding out the value of x when it's minimum, plugging that value back into the original equation to find out the minimum value of p, and then justifying that this value is minimum. Okay? So only to justify that it's minimum do you double differentiate. To find out the value itself, you obviously need to differentiate and set it equal to 0. We double differentiate and get 80. We put the value of x we found and double differentiate to find the positive. बेटा आई थिंक आपने ना बहुत ज़्यादा पढ़ लिया, ठीक है, कि अब आपका दिमाग ने काम करना छोड़ दिया, ठीक है. So I think maybe what you can do is, instead of me having to explain it to you again and again, achha, wait, I think you figured it out. Okay, you figured it out. That's great. Okay. I hope you realize how silly you sounded earlier. It's 0.89, which is greater than 0. Achha, remember, we're never interested in the... Dekho, let me show you. Hang on, let me open the marking scheme. This is from... Let me check. May-June 2016, paper 12. Okay. So let me show you guys the marking scheme to settle this debate once and for all. Although I'm pretty sure we never settle anything once and for all. I will be answering this question very soon again. So here. Do you see anywhere the question finding out the value of the double derivative? Do you see anywhere the question finding out the value of the double derivative? No. So 80 upon x cube is always greater than 0. Okay? So 80 upon x cube is always positive. So therefore, p is minimum. Okay? So don't waste your time trying to find out the value of the double derivative, because I've told you guys earlier that that value is a meaningless value. Okay? That value is a meaningless value. What you're really interested in, what you're genuinely interested in, is the sign of the value. Okay? Not the value itself. Like I said, that value is a meaningless value. Okay? Anyway, moving on. Variables x and y are such that when LGY is plotted against x squared, the straight line graph shown above is obtained. Given that y is equals to abx squared, find the value of a and b. Okay, now, so what do we get? We get LGY against x squared. All right. So what we will have to do is we will have to take LG on both sides, so that our straight line equation should look like this. So right now it's y equals to abx squared, which is obviously not a straight line equation. So we need to have the equation of a straight line look like this. Y equals to mx plus c. That means there should be there should be LGY in place of y. There should be x squared in place of x, and then there's a constant. Yes, this will be available to watch later, of course. Okay, so let's do that. LGY equals to LG abx squared. No, wait. A, b to the power x squared. Now, using rules of logs, LGY equals to LGA plus LGB to the power x squared. This is what we end up with. Which means that x squared will be, again, using rules of logs, x squared will be multiplied. Okay, so that means let's make a column over here. So this is what we're looking at. We're looking at LGY equals to x square LGB plus LGA. Now let's write it like the equation of a straight line. That means LGY equals to LGB. Make a bracket around it so that it's clear that x square is not part of the argument. So LGB plus LGA. Now we can make the conclusion that if I compare it with the equation of a straight line, we can make the conclusion that the gradient that we will find from the graph above will give us the value of LGB, okay? And the y-intercept that we will find from the graph above will give us, अच्छा, y-intercept निकालने के लिए हम ग्राफ को extend करें. The question does not say. चलो y-intercept के लिए हम एक काम करेंगे. We will use a point through which the graph is passing. ठीक है? So let's first find out the gradient. Let's first find out the gradient to find out the value of LGB. Okay, so M, remember, is equals to LGB. So this means that LGB is equals to y2 minus y1. So that means 0.73 minus 0.10. 0.73 minus 0.10. That's y2 minus y1 over 1 minus 4. Okay, let's make a column again. So काफ़ी कंजूसी से जगह दिया हमें ये सॉल्व करने के लिए. हालांकि it's a 4-mark question, but anyway, let's do it. Can we extend? ये अच्छा सवाल है वैसे आपका. I don't see why not. So this is what we're looking at. We're looking at LGB is equals to minus 21 over 100. Okay, which means B is equals to, एक काम करते हैं. Let's write it as decimal. So LGB is equals to minus 0.21, which means B is equals to 10 raised to the power minus 0.21. Now the question does not say that find out the exact value, so that means we can write it correct to 3 significant figures, or we can write the exact value. The question really hasn't specified, so we can write it either way. So this is approximately equal to what? This is approximately equal to 0.61659, which means that this is equal to 0.617. ठीक है. अच्छा, अब C की वैल्यू निकालने के लिए सवाल ने हमें बीच में लटका दिया. उसने हमें कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया. I don't see why you cannot extend your graph. Yeah, we are going to extend our graph. Let's extend the graph. Okay. But just make sure that when you extend it, you follow the same slope. ठीक है. So हम same slope को follow करते हैं और extend करते हैं. So what do we see the y-intercept as? We see the y-intercept to be 0.92, 0.94. So I see it as 0.94. Okay? So this means that this leads to the conclusion that LGA is equals to 0.94, which means A is equals to 10 to the power 0.94. Now let's see what is that equal to. 10 raised to the power 0.94, which is equal to 8.71. So A is equals to 8.71. So this is B equal to, first you write down the approximate value, which is 8.7096, which means that it's equal to 8.71. So A equals to 8.71 and B equals to 0.617. There we go. Yeah, you can leave it as it is. I don't see why you can't do that. As long as you have found the value of B, you can do that. But not LGB. ठीक है, LGB में you can't leave your answer as LGB. Make sure that you make B the subject. ठीक है. अच्छा, if we have 2 points, the line is passing through, and the value of B, can we plug it into the equation? Yeah, you can do that also. You can plug in a value into the equation and then do it as well. Because सवाल ने कोई specific method नहीं बोला. The question does not say use the graph or anything else. So it's up to us, and we're getting the correct answer either way. Okay. Y is equals to 2.97. I don't know. I haven't solved for. I haven't solved part 2, so let's do that. Find the value of y when x equals to 1.5. Okay. Now notice that we have found the value of a, we found the value of b. Now we're supposed to use that to find out the value of y. Acha, in a scenario like this where you have to use the answer from the previous part, it's best that you use the exact value. Is it compulsory to write approximate value before 3 significant? Yes, that is important. So A is, this time I will not use the rounded off value, I will use the exact value. So A की जगह आ गया 10 to the power 0.94, B की जगह आ जाएगा 10 to the power minus 0.21. Okay, and then don't forget that B is raised to the power x squared. That means it is raised to the power of 1.5 squared. Okay, so you enter this in your calculator as it is. Okay, so you enter this in your calculator as it is. Yep, gradient is minus 0.21. So when did I disagree with that? Here is the gradient. LGB is the gradient and LGB is equals to minus 0.21. So when did I disagree with that? इसमें रोने की क्या बात है बेटा? अच्छा, अब have a look at how we're supposed to do this in our calculator. So make a bracket first of all. 10 raised to the power 0.94, bracket close. ठीक है. Open the bracket again. 10 raised to the power minus 0.21. Close the bracket. Raise this thing to the power of 1.5 squared. What do you get? You get 2.934. Okay. Yeah, in the previous question, you can write down the exact value as well. Because the question hasn't specified, so you can write down the exact value as well. So y is equals to 2.934, which means correct to 3 significant figures, y is equals to 2.93. There we go. Okay. And that's the only answer. There's no range over here. Okay. There is no, actually there is a range. Hang on. Answers which round to 2.9 or 3.0. Yeah. So anything that rounds to either 2.9 or 3.0, that is acceptable. Okay. Find the positive value of x when y is equals to 2. All right. Positive value of x when y is equals to 2. अच्छा, उसके लिए हमें कौन सी फॉर्म यूज़ करनी पड़ेगी? उसके लिए I'm afraid we will have to use this form. Okay, so LGY means LG2. LGB is equal to 10 raised to the power minus 0.21. That means 10 raised to the power minus 0.21. 10 raised to the power minus 0.21. X square plus LGA, what's that equal to? That's equal to 10 to the power 0.94. Okay, now, so let's have a look. LG2 means this is LG2 minus 10 raised to the power 0.94. Okay, divided by 10 raised to the power minus 0.21. Now remember, this is the value of x squared that you're looking at. Oh, wait a minute. This should have been positive. LGB is 10 to the power. Oh wait, LGB is minus 0.21. Sorry, my bad. LGB is minus 0.21. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's do that again. So this means that we're looking at LG2 minus 10 raised to the power 0.94, okay, divided by minus 0.21. So this is what we're looking at. This is the value of x squared that we're looking at. So x squared is equals to 40.0. Remember, this is x squared, 04 something. And since we have to find out the positive value of x, take the square root. Whenever you take the square root, you get plus minus. But this time, however, you will only write down the positive answer. A second. I think I've done something wrong again. Okay, I can see the error. This is the problem. We're taking LGA, which is 0.94. Okay, my apologies, guys. Let's do it again. So LGY means we plug in 2 in place of y, because y is equals to 2. LGB, let's just double check, make sure that everything's correct. LGB is minus 0.21 and LGA is 0.94. Okay. So it's not as complicated as I've made it, so my apologies. LG2 minus 0.94. Yep, now we're on the right track. Divided by minus 0.21. So this is the value of x squared that we're looking at. So x squared is equals to 3.0427, which means x is equals to, take the square root of it, 1.744, which means correct to 3 significant figures, it's equal to 1.74. Okay, there we go. Nope, not 1.75. 1.75 bhi chalega. Yeah, 1.75 is acceptable. Yes, 1.75 is acceptable. Okay. Khair. Because I have used the exact value, some students may use the rounded off value. That is why there is a range. Okay, so the range is 1.7 to 1.8. That is the acceptable range. Anything that's in between these two is acceptable. Okay. All right. Now, question number 9, permutations and combinations. Let's see what this is. A team of 10 players is to be chosen from 15 pairs. Find the number of different teams that can be chosen if there are no restrictions. All right. No restrictions basically means now we will have to use combinations. Why? Because we're talking about team, and the important point is that it's talking about choosing people. So 15C10, what's that equal to? 15C10 is equals to 3003. Okay. A team of 15 players include 3 sisters who must not be separated. Okay, so how can you make sure that the 3 sisters are not separated? Question for you guys. How can I make sure that there are 3 sisters who must not be separated? Asha, sir, if I get a wrong value of A, but I solved the other parts correctly, yep, there will be something known as follow through. You will end up getting follow through marks. That's correct. So how do I make sure we take them as 1? No, we don't take them as 1. If we write an answer correct to 2 significant figures, we will lose marks. Definitely you will lose marks. Yeah. So either we include all of them. No. Either we include them and we include all of them, or we don't include any of the three sisters. Okay, so there are two scenarios. One is that all three are chosen. ठीक है, ये जो आप बोल रहे हो ना, treat them as one unit, treat them, that is done. No, not 3 factorial. That is done when you're arranging them. We're not arranging them. We're still choosing them. Okay, so 3 factorial as one slot, you're mixing it up with keeping 3 objects together. Okay, here we're talking about choosing a team. So we're still using permutations. We haven't moved to combinations yet. Okay, so either we select the 3 sisters or we don't select the 3 sisters. Okay? So how do I make sure that they're not separated? So one way to make sure that they're not separated, see, how do you separate them? You separate them by selecting 1 of 3, you separate them by selecting 2 of 3. But if you select all 3 of them, then you don't separate them. Or if you not select any of them, then also you don't separate them. Okay? So if all 3 are selected, how does that work? That means there are 3 sisters, 3 of them are selected. Now you're no longer selecting from 15. Okay, so if all 3 are selected, that means you're not selecting from 15, you're now selecting from 12, and you need to select a total of 10, but since 3 of them have already been selected, so that means now you're not selecting 10 anymore, you're only selecting 7 more. So that means from the remaining 12, you still have to select 7 more. Okay, so 12C7 is essentially the only thing that you have to worry about. Why? Because 3C3 is equal to 1. Okay, so that's 792. Or another way is that all 3 are not selected. How do you make sure that the 3 sisters are not selected? So you remove them from the total that you have. 15 minus 3, what's that equal to? That's equal to 12. So that means from the 12, you are now selecting how many? You're now selecting 10. So 12C10, what's that equal to? That's equal to 66. Okay? So how do I make sure that the 3 of them are not selected? I remove them from the 15 players that we have to select from. So if I remove them, that means now there are 12 players to choose from, and we still have to choose 10 of them. So that means that's 12C10. So 792 plus 66, what's that equal to? 792 plus 68, that's equal to 858, and that is your answer. Okay? Now, part B. A 6-digit number is to be formed using the digits 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. The 6-digit number cannot start with a 0, and all 6-digit numbers must be different. Obviously, a 6-digit number cannot start with a 0, and all 6-digit numbers must be different. Achha, what are we going to do over here? Are we using permutations here, or are we using combinations over here? Question for you guys. Are we looking at permutations over here, or are we looking at combinations? We're looking at permutations. That is correct. Okay, why? Because we're making a number. Okay, permutations or factorial, same thing. Okay, permutations or simply factorial, same thing. So, how many 6-digit numbers can be formed if the 6-digit number is even? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what do we have to make sure of? We have to make sure of the fact that the number is even. The question does not say that it's greater than so and so, so we don't have to worry about that. But how do you make sure that the number is even? You can either have 0 as the last digit, you can have 2 as the last digit, you can have 4 as the last digit, you can have 6 as the last digit, you can have 8 as the last digit. As long as you have any one of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 digits as your last digit, the number will be even. Okay? Achha, but there is a problem. The problem is that a number cannot start with 0. ठीक है? क्या problem है? The number cannot start with 0. ठीक है? अच्छा, तो हम क्या करेंगे? 0 is something that can create a problem. ठीक है? 0 is something that can possibly create a problem for us. Why? Because if we don't include it as our last digit, it may end up being our first digit, and if it ends up being our first digit, then we run into a problem. ठीक है? Then we end up running into a problem. ठीक है? अच्छा, तो अब हम क्या करेंगे? हम 0 is the problem child here. ठीक है? 0 की वजह से we will have to change our strategy a little. So what we're going to do is, we are first going to fix 0 as our last number.
Okay, we are first going to deal with 0 separately by fixing it as the last number. Because if I fix 0 as the last number, I don't have to worry about the number starting from 0. Okay? So if I fix 0 as my last number, then the digits that I'm left with are basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay? This is what I'm left with. I'm left with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So that means what can happen over here? Here, anything can happen. Doesn't matter. Anything can happen and the number will remain even. Okay? So this means that we have one option for the last digit, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 options for the first 5 digits, and of the 5, we have to use. Achha, can there be repetition? A 6-digit number is to be formed using the. All 6 digits must be different, so no repetition. So that means 9p5. 9p5 into 1. And what's that equal to? Let's work it out. 9p5 into 1, that's equal to 15120. Okay? So this is equal to 15120. Okay? Achha. But wait a minute. There is another possibility. The other possibility is that instead of fixing 0 as the last digit, we fix 2, 4, 6, or 8. That means how many options do we have? We have 4 options. 4 options, or you can say 4p1, same thing. Okay? And now, how many options do you have for the remaining 5 digits? So you don't have a 0, and from 2, 4, 6, or 8, one of them is gone. Okay, so you started off with how many digits? You started off with 10. 1 is going to be in the last place, and you can't have 0 in the first place. So that means now you're down to how many options? Now you're down to 8 options. So that means 8p5 into 4. What's that equal to? Let's work it out. 8p5 into 4. So 8p5 into 4, that's equal to 26,880. Okay? Okay, now let's add them up. Plus 15120. And what's that equal to? एक second. एक second. I think I've made a small error somewhere. Oh, okay. All right, so here's how it works. For the first digit, how many options do you have? You have 8 options. Okay? And now for the remaining digits, you have, okay, I can see the error now. For the remaining digits, you once again, you can't put a 0 in the first digit. Okay? And you start off with 10 numbers. You can't have a 0, one number is gone, so that means you have 8 options. And now for the remaining 4 places, you once again have how many numbers? You once again have 8 numbers to choose from. Okay? And you have to place 4 of them. So what's that equal to? That's equal to 8p4. So 8 into 8p4 into 4. Okay? So that's the error. Yeah. 8 into 8p4 into 4. So 8 into 8p4 into 4, that's equal to 53,760. 53,760. Add them up. Plus 15120, that's equal to 68,880. There we go. Okay, so I'll repeat. First, what you do is you fix 0 as your last digit. Okay, the problem is that we have a 0. Okay, why is that a problem? Because if a number starts with 0, if a 6-digit number starts with 0, it's no longer a 6-digit number. It is in fact a 5-digit number. Okay, so that is why we have to deal with 0 carefully. So first what we do is we fix it as our last digit. If I fix it as my last digit, that means I only have one option for the last digit. For the remaining 5, I have 9 options to choose from, so that's 9p5. Okay? But if I have a 2, 4, 6, or 8 as my last digit, that means I have 4 options. But if you go back to the first digit, in the first digit,
one option is gone, either 2, 4, 6 or 8 is gone. So that means from the 10 numbers, one option is gone. So we're now down to 9, but from the 9, we can't have a 0. So that means we have 8 options for the first digit. Okay, and then as far as the remaining 4 digits are concerned, so we had 10 numbers to begin with. 2 of them are now gone, 1 in the last digit, 1 in the last place, and 1 in the first place. That means now we're down to 8, and we have to pick 4 of them. We have to arrange 4 of those 8, so that's 8p4. And this is what you end up with. Okay? Now, question number 10. Solve the equation 2x squared plus x minus 10 equals to 5. A modulus is also something that hasn't been tested. That's why. So I wrote 9 instead of 8 accidentally. How many marks will I lose? If you wrote 9 instead of 8, how many marks is this? It's a 3-mark question, right? So you'll end up losing 2 marks because you have 1 mark for the final answer and 1 mark for each situation. So you'll end up getting 1 mark, I'm afraid. Okay, let's solve this. In the mod question, we'll get 4 answers. Let's find out. Let's find out. One second, just a minute. All right, so remember what happens as soon as you remove the modulus sign? The second you remove the modulus sign, what are you dealing with? You're dealing with a plus and you're dealing with a minus. Okay? So that means 2x squared plus x minus 10 with a plus minus is equals to 5. Okay? Now, because there is an equals to sign over here, you can have the plus minus on the left hand side or you can have a plus minus on the right hand side. It makes no difference. But it does make a difference when you're dealing with an inequality. Okay? It does make a difference when you're dealing with an inequality. Because if you're dealing with an inequality, then multiplying both sides with a minus sign leads to a change of the inequality sign. So you can turn it into this, which means 2x squared plus x minus 10 is equals to 5, or 2x squared plus x minus 10 equals to minus 5. This leads to the conclusion that 2x squared plus x minus 15 equals to 0. And this leads to the conclusion that 2x squared plus x minus 5 equals to 0. I think in both cases, we'll have to use the quadratic formula. Let me check. 15 times 2 is 30. Factors of... No, we won't have to use the quadratic formula over here. So 2x squared plus 6x minus 5x minus 15 equals to 0. So we take 2 along with x common. What do we have? We have x plus 3. I did it another way where I multiplied 8p4. In the end, I added. Yeah, that's also okay. That's also okay. I'm not saying that's the only way of solving this question. There are multiple ways. So we have one value of x which is equal to 5 upon 2, and we have another value of x which is equal to minus 3. No, positive 3. Yeah, wait a minute. Minus 3. Achha, then this, I don't think you can solve through middle term breaking. Yeah, we can't solve this through middle term breaking. So x equals to minus 1 plus minus b square minus 4ac. That means 1 square minus 4 times 2 times minus 5. So write down the quadratic formula with the values plugged in, then simply write the final answer that is acceptable. So x is equals to, now I'll simply use a calculator to write down the final answer. So second degree polynomial 2, 1 and minus 5. So we're looking at minus 1 plus minus under root 41 upon 4. The question does not say that x is greater than 0 or anything of that sort. So that means all these 4 answers are acceptable. Okay? These 4 answers are acceptable. Okay? Achha, what's that? Okay. Circle geometry stream tomorrow if possible. Tomorrow, what am I streaming tomorrow? What am I streaming tomorrow? I think I'm doing velocity vectors tomorrow. Let's see if along with velocity vectors I can squeeze one more. Okay, part A, question number 11, part A. Show that sine theta plus tan square theta over 1 plus tan square theta can be written as sine cube theta. All right, let's solve this quickly. So eyes on the prize. Yeah, you can write 5 upon 2 as decimal. That's fine. Do we leave in plus minus form or separate? Either way is fine.
Could you recap modulus inequalities, please? I have done some questions of modulus inequalities in the second stream of functions. Yeah, so make sure to check that out. All right, so let's see what we can do here. We can turn everything in terms of sine and cos. So sine theta into tan square theta, which can be written as sine square theta upon cos square theta. And then 1 plus tan square theta can be written as 1 plus sine square theta upon cos square theta as well. So that means as far as the numerator goes, we're looking at sine cube theta upon cos square theta over, as far as the denominator goes, the LCM of the denominator will also be cos square theta. And this will now become cos square theta plus sine square theta. And I think we've made it. Okay, so cos square theta cancels. We're now left with sine cube theta over cos square theta plus sine square theta, which is equal to 1. So that's it. Sine cube theta is what we have written it as, and hence shown. There we go. Okay. Okay, hence solve the equation. Hence solve means we have to use the answer to the previous part. In the previous part, we only had theta. In place of 3x, we had theta. Now in place of theta, we have 3x. So that means theta is equals to 3x. So all we have to do is, we now know that sine 3x into tan square 3x over 1 plus tan square 3x, yep, exactly the same thing, except that theta is equals to 3x, can actually be written as sine cube 3x, and this is equal to 1 upon 8. And the range that we're given is for x, so that means we need to alter the range and make it relevant for 3x. So how do we make it relevant for 3x? We multiply everything by 3. So minus 180 by 3 is minus 540. 180 by 3 is equals to positive 540. So could you explain when we have to divide by the factorial of total number of groups during permutations and combinations? You only do that during permutations when there is a repetition. Okay? Okay, now. So this is where we are at. We will now take the cube root on both sides so that we can get rid of the cube. And when we do that, since it's cube root, since it's an odd root that we're taking, we don't have to worry about plus minus. So the answer is simply equal to 1 upon 2. Now, if sine 3x is equals to 1 upon 2, that means what is alpha equal to? Alpha is equals to sine inverse of half. And what's that equal to? That's equal to 30 degrees. Okay. If alpha is equals to 30 degrees and sine is positive, that means it could be in the first quadrant, it could be in the second quadrant. Okay. Now, if you look at the range, notice that the range allows us to go beyond a complete cycle and allows us to go on the negative side as well. Can we write 1 plus tan square as x squared? Yeah, we can do that. That's also a good idea. So this is 30 degrees and this is 30 degrees. Okay. Achha. Now let's start listing all the solutions for 3x, then we will turn them into x. Now, first of all, in the first cycle, in the first positive cycle, 3x is equals to 30, and then 3x is equals to 180 minus 30. What's that equal to? That's equal to 150. Okay. Now notice that our range allows us to go on the negative side, so that means either we subtract 360 from the first set of solutions, okay? Can't we divide 30 by 3? Nope, that's not how you solve questions like these. That's not how you solve questions like these, okay? So you subtract 360 from 30. If you do that, 30 minus 360, that's equal to minus 330. And then 150 minus 360, what's that equal to? 150 minus 360, that's equal to minus 210. Achha, what we've done is we have basically found all the negative solutions. Now we add 360 in these existing solutions to find out the solutions in the next cycle. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add 360 in the first two solutions so that I can find out the solutions in the next cycle. So that's 390 and then 360 plus 150. So 360 plus 150, that's equal to 510. Now we know there's no point in adding 360 in these two solutions because the second we do that, it's going to exceed the range. And for the same reason, there's no point in subtracting. So that may be worth a shot. Minus 210 minus 360, that's minus 570.
Okay, and what about minus 330 minus 360? Yeah. Okay, so and there's no point in subtracting 360 from these two solutions to find out the solution in the previous cycle. There's no point because it's going to exceed the range. Okay, so here's what I've done. I first found the solutions in the first cycle. Now what you can do is, you can actually do it like this also. To find out the solution in the negative cycle, you can do 180 plus 30. What's that equal to? That's equal to 210. But because you've gone in a clockwise direction, and the question is, why are we going in a clockwise direction to begin with? Because the range allows us to do that. So 180 plus 30, that's equal to 210. So minus 210, because we've gone in a clockwise direction. Then 360 minus 30, which is equal to 330, but minus 330 because we've gone in a clockwise direction. Why? Because the range, the new range, allows us to do that. And then because the range also allows us to go in the next cycle, so what we do is in the first two solutions, we add 360 to find out the solutions in the next cycle. And since they are also inside the range, we keep them as it is. Yeah, for more cycles, for solutions in the next cycle, you add 360. For solutions in the previous cycle, you subtract 360 or 2 pi, same thing. Now let's write down the values of x. So x is equals to 30 upon 3, that's equal to 10. 150 upon 3, that's equal to 50. Minus 330 upon 3, that's equal to minus 110. Minus 210 divided by 3, that's equal to minus 70. You can write them in any order, makes no difference. 390 divided by 3, that's equal to 130. And then finally 510 divided by 3. So 510 divided by 3, that's equal to 170. There we go. Yeah, this also, no. Even if it's for tan, it's the same rule. Okay? Doesn't matter whether it's sine or cos. Even if it's for tan, it's the same rule that we follow. Okay? Okay. Now. ये पेपर को ज़्यादा ही लंबा बना दिया मैंने. खैर, I just wanted to make sure that everything goes tested. Question number 12. In this question, the units are meters and seconds. A particle P is traveling in a straight line through a fixed point O at time t. If it's radian, then you add 2 pi, not 360. If it's radian, then you add or subtract 2 pi. A particle P is traveling in a straight line through a fixed point O. At time t, its acceleration is given by so and so. At t equals to 3, P has a velocity of 6. Find an expression for the velocity. Okay, so how do we find out velocity? We integrate acceleration with respect to time to find out velocity. Okay? And then this is going to be 2t minus 3 raised to the power 2 plus 1. What's that equal to? That's equal to 3 divided by the new power, which is equal to 3. Also divide by the differential of the bracket, which is equal to 2. Don't forget to do a plus c. So there we go. So that means v is equals to 1 upon 6 2t minus 3 the whole thing cubed plus c. Now we're given that when t is equals to 3, v is equals to 6. So we plug in 6 in place of v and we plug in 3 in place of t. 2 times 3 is 6. 6 minus 3 is equals to 3. So we take the cube of 3, we divide by 6 and we subtract that answer from 6. So let's see what do we get. 1 upon 6 into 3 cubed. Okay. 6 minus the answer. So we get c to be equal to 3 upon 2. So that means the final answer that we're now looking at is 1 upon 6, bracket open, 2t minus 3, bracket close, the whole thing cubed, plus 3 upon 2. There we go. This is what we're looking at. Take okay. Find the time when p is at rest. P is at rest means velocity is equals to 0. So we take this and we equate it to 0. So let's equate this to 0. So this means that 1 upon 6 into 2t minus 3, the whole thing cubed, equals to minus 3 upon 2. Okay. So 2 1s are 2, 2 3s are 6, 3 into minus 3, that's equal to minus 9. That means 2t minus 3, the whole thing cubed, is equal to minus 9. Now we'll take the cube root on both sides. We can take the cube root of a negative value. That's not a problem. If I take the cube root of a negative value, the answer will still be negative. So let's take the cube root of minus 9. That's equal to minus 2.08. So 2t minus 3 is equals to minus 2.0800. So yeah, so you add 3 to it, you divide that by 2, so you get t to be equal to 0.4599, which correct to 3 significant figures will be 0.460. There we go. Take it. Okay. Is there more to this? When t equals to 5 upon 2, the displacement of P from O is 4. Find the displacement of P when t is equals to 3. Okay. So we're given this piece of information so that we can find out the equation of displacement. So how do you go from velocity to displacement? You integrate it once again. Tracing paper. But what do you need tracing paper? You need it for reflection? No. You don't need it for reflection. You don't need tracing paper for anything. So I think if you do take a tracing paper, if anything, they'll probably get suspicious of you. Okay, what do you need a tracing paper for? Just flip the tracing paper. That's 180-degree rotation. You don't need a tracing paper for reflection. ठीक है, आप जिसकी बात कर रहे हो बेटा वो रोटेशन हो रही है. ठीक है, so you don't. Anyway, moving on. So let's integrate velocity so that we can get displacement. When you integrate velocity with respect to time, you get displacement. ठीक है, so displacement is equals to 1 upon 6 bracket open 2t minus 3 the whole thing raised to the power 4. You add 1 to the power, you divide by the new power, and you also divide by the differential of the bracket, plus 3 upon 2. You add a t to this and then a plus c. Okay, so s is equals to 1 upon 4 times 2 is 8, 6 times 8, that's equal to 48. 1 upon 48 into 2t minus 3 the whole thing raised to the power 4 plus 3 upon 2t plus c. Now the question says that when t is equals to 5 upon 2, displacement is 4. So t equals to 5 upon 2, that means the displacement is 4. So let's plug it in, see what we get. So 1 upon 48. So 5 upon 2 times 2, that's equal to 5. 5 minus 3 is equals to 2. So 2 power 4. We'll work this out in a minute. Plus 3 upon 2 into 5 upon 2, that's equal to, so let's just write it as it is. 3 upon 2 into 5 upon 2 plus c. Let's see what do we get. You're getting minus 3 upon 2. Let's check. Wait, you're talking about c is minus 3 upon 2? No, that's wrong. Achha, wait, s is equals to 4 here. So 4 is equals to 1 upon 48, 2 raised to the power 4, plus 3 upon 2 into 5 upon 2. So that's equal to 49 upon 12 plus c. So that means 4 minus answer, c is equals to minus 1 upon 12. So c equals minus 1 upon 12. Which means that the displacement equation is finally here. This is the displacement equation. Okay. Now what you want to do is you want to find out the displacement of P from O when t is equals to 3. So simply plug in t equals to 3. Achha, I'm going to save some time and just write down the final answer. Okay, so if you plug in t is equals to 3 in the displacement equation, you get 293 upon 48. Okay, that's it. Okay, moving on. Question number 13. The second to last question. I'm done with 4 or 5 years of papers. I keep making kind. See, silly errors, you have to fix yourself. There's nothing I can do, or there's nothing anyone can do, in fact, for that matter, to fix your silly errors. You have to do it yourself, sadly. Okay, now, in this question, x and y directions are east and north, respectively. Okay, that means the object is moving towards the right and up. The unit vectors are meters and seconds. Okay. Boat A starts from the origin O and moves with a constant speed of 500√3 on a bearing of 030. After 100 seconds, the boat B starts from point P, which has position vector. Boat B moves with a constant speed of 10 meters per second on a bearing of 60 degrees. Find the velocity of each boat in vector form. Okay, so questions like these are lengthy, but they're fun. So what you do is, now this was not a unique question. There have been questions like this before as well. So not an entirely unique question. There have been questions like this before as well. So boat A starts from the origin and moves with a speed, constant speed of 503. So that means this is the speed at which it's moving. And it's moving at a bearing of 30 degrees. So if it's moving at a bearing of 30 degrees, that means the angle that it's making with the vertical axis is 30. So wait, 503, not 30. Yeah, that means this angle is 30 degrees. And if this angle is 30 degrees, that means this angle will be equal to what? This angle will be equal to 60 degrees. Okay, so what you do is you break it down into horizontal and vertical components. So this is the horizontal component, the x component, and this is the vertical component. So this is x and this is y. So how will you find out x? For x, you will have to use cos. For y, you will have to use sine. Okay? So basically, sine 60. In fact, let's begin with x first. So cos 60 is equals to x, that's the adjacent side, over the hypotenuse, which is 503. So that means x is equals to cos 60 multiplied by 503. So cos 60 multiplied by 503, cos 60 को multiply करते हैं by 503. What's that equal to? That's equal to 503 upon 2. It's best to keep everything in its exact form. The angle is 30 degrees. देखो, the bearing is 30 degrees. If the bearing is 30 degrees, what's the angle that it's making with the horizontal axis? It's making a 60 degree angle. Thank you, Moise. I appreciate that. Okay. Then sine 60 is equals to opposite, which is y, over hypotenuse, which is 503. So sine 60 into 503, let's work that out, into 503. That's equal to 15 upon 2. Or 7.5. Sine 60 into, 15 upon 2 is say, yeah. So y is equals to 15 upon 2. That means the velocity vector of this boat is equal to 503 upon 2. 503 upon 2. That's the x component, and the y component is 15 upon 2. Okay? That's the velocity vector of this boat. Okay, now let's bring our attention towards the other boat. The other boat is moving at a speed of 10, but its bearing is 60 degrees. So that means the other boat is moving at a speed of 10 meters per second, and its bearing is 60 degrees, which means the angle that it makes with the horizontal axis will be 30 degrees. Once again, you will break it down into horizontal and vertical components. So here's the horizontal component, here's the vertical component. So for the horizontal component, once again, you will use cos. So cos 30, and the speed that it's moving at is equals to 10. So cos 30 is equals to adjacent over hypotenuse. So that means the x component is equals to cos 30. Will there be any issue if you use 30 degrees? Of course there will be an issue. You'll get the wrong answer, but it's really as simple as that. Cos 30, see, the 90 degree angle that I'm making is this right here. So if this is the 90 degree angle that I'm making, then I need this angle. Similarly here, this is the 90 degree angle that we're using. So I need this angle. So of course there will be an issue. Yeah, I know this is too much for 2 marks, but that's how it is. Okay. So x is equals to 503. Okay. Then we have sine 30, which is equal to opposite over hypotenuse, y over 10. So sine 30 is half, that means y is equals to 5. That means the velocity of this boat is 503 and 5. ठीक है, ये questions हमेशा कम marks के ही होते हैं. I wrote answer in sine cos form, not fraction. मिल जाएगा मार्क, मिल जाएगा मार्क. But the answers are same. How can the answers be the same? Unless, okay, I think I get what you're saying. Unless you're using a completely different triangle which has a 30 degree angle, and you're considering this to be the y component and this to be the x component, that's all right. In that case, it's all right. Okay. Okay, now show that the two boats will collide. Okay. So this is the velocity of boat A, this is the velocity of boat B.
Now, if I look at their position vectors, if I look at the position vector of board A, what is that equal to? Since board A is a board that's starting from the origin, so that means to find out its position vector, we will simply take the velocity vector and multiply it by time. Okay, because we do not have to take into consideration that it's moving from, that it starts its journey from a different point, it's starting its journey from the origin. Okay? Then if I look at the position vector of board B after t seconds, considering the fact that it's starting from a point other than the origin, it's starting from a point at 0, 1000, so we will have to add that first. So 0, 1000 plus the velocity vector, which is 5 under root 3 upon, not upon 5, 5 under root 3 and 5 multiplied by t. Now, how do I show that they're colliding? Achha, wait a second. Are they both starting at the same point? No, they're not starting at the same point. So since board B is starting 100 seconds later, that means its travel time will be t minus 100. ठीक है, जब भी एक बोर्ड दूसरी बोर्ड से कुछ टाइम बाद स्टार्ट कर रही है, so that time will be subtracted. Okay, after 100 seconds board B starts, so that means board B's travel time will be 100 seconds less than board A. So if board A travels for, let's say, 200 seconds, board B will travel for 100. If board A travels for, let's say, 500 seconds, board B will travel for 400. Why? Because it sets off 100 seconds later. Okay, now how will I show that they will collide? Why will board B be t minus 100? Shouldn't board A? No. Board B will be t minus 100. Why? Because board B sails for 100 seconds less than board A. Okay? Board B starts 100 seconds later. That means its travel time will always be 100 seconds less than the travel time of board A. If board A travels for t seconds, board B will travel for 100 t minus 100 seconds less. Why? Because it starts its journey 100 seconds later. Okay? Okay, now. Shouldn't it be t plus 100? T is the time that A starts. B. नहीं बेटा t plus क्यों करोगे? देखो, जब t 100 के बराबर होगा, तब ये बोर्ड स्टार्ट करेगी. ठीक है? Which means that if board A travels for 200 seconds, okay, तो बोर्ड B ने उस वक्त कितनी देर ट्रैवल किया होगा? बोर्ड B ने ट्रैवल किया होगा 100 seconds. Why? Because board B starts its journey 100 seconds later. तो अगर board A travel कर रही है 200 seconds, so board B will travel for 100 seconds. Why? Because it starts its journey 100 seconds later. That's it. हाँ, ये आप ज़रूर कर सकते हैं कि आप इसको t plus 100 कर लो और इसको t कर लो. ये आप ज़रूर कर सकते हो. ठीक है? But why would you do that? Why would you do that? Anyway. So this is what we're looking at. We're looking at 5 under root 3. Now, because they're colliding, so what we're going to do is we're going to equate their position vectors. This is how we show that they're colliding. And we're going to solve both the equations and show that in both cases, we get the exact same value of t. So 5 under root 3 upon 2t and 15 upon 2t, we will show that this gives us the same value as 0 plus 5 under root 3 t minus 500 under root 3. ठीक है, हम इस इक्वेशन को सॉल्व करेंगे और हम सॉल्व करेंगे इस इक्वेशन को. 1000 plus 5t minus 500. So this is what we're doing. We're going to solve them both one by one and show that we get the exact same answer. Okay, so we're going to equate this to this. And we're going to equate this to this. Okay. Okay. So how much space do we have? Plenty of space. So 5 under root 3 upon 2t minus 5 under root 3 t is equals to minus 500 under root 3. Let's solve this. So ये हो जाएगा आपका minus 5 under root 3 t upon 2. Okay, just use your calculator. Equals to minus 500 under root 3. So the minus minus sign cancels, the under root 3 signs cancels. Let's see what is t equal to. t is equals to 500 times 2 divided by 3. Sorry, 500 times 2 divided by 5. So t is equals to 200. Okay, and since we have to show that they're colliding, we need to show that if we solve the other equation, we get the exact same value of t as well. I did not say Siri. Okay, so 15 upon 2 is equals to 500. Fifteen upon 2t equals to 500 plus 5t, which means that 15 upon 2 minus 5, that's equal to 5 upon 2t equals to 500. So once again, you solve this, you get the same answer. So because you get the same value of t, that means the boats collide. Okay? So t equals to 200. No, in fact, what does the question say? The question is not asking for the value of t, right? So we say same value of t, therefore boats collide. ठीक है? ये conclusive statement लिखना ज़रूरी है. ठीक है? All right. Now finally the last question. A curve is such that d square y upon dx square. So is A-level math hard? How to prep in summers? No, if you're an ad math student, then at least the first year of A-levels will not be that difficult for you. Anyway, given that the curve has a gradient of 6 at point 9 upon 2, comma 2 upon 3, find the equation of the curve. Okay, so let's integrate it once so that we get dy by dx. So if I integrate it once, dy by dx will be equal to 2x minus 5 raised to the power minus 2 minus half plus 1, so that's going to be equal to positive half, divided by the new power, which is half, multiplied, also divided by the differential of the bracket, that's equal to 2. So that means this, they just cancel out. Now what is dy by dx equal to? Dy by dx is equals to 6, and at what value of x? At 9 upon 2. So that means 2 into 9 upon 2 minus 5 plus c. So let's find out the value of c. So 6 is equals to 9 minus 5, that's 4, square root of which is equals to 2 plus c. So that means c is equals to 4. That leads to the conclusion that dy by dx is equals to 2x minus 5, the whole thing raised to the power half plus 4. Okay? Now let's integrate it once again so that we can find out the equation of the curve. So that's going to be 2x minus 5, the whole thing raised to the power half plus 1, which is equal to 3 upon 2, divided by the new power, which is 3 upon 2, multiplied by the differential of the bracket, plus 4 along with x, and then the plus c. Okay, now the point that we're given is 9 upon 2 and 2 upon 3. So 9 upon 2 and 2 upon 3, that means y is equals to 2 upon 3. Okay? And what is that? IBDP? 2x, 2 times 9 upon 2, so that's 9. Actually, we already know that's equal to 4. So 4 raised to the power 3 upon 2. We'll work this out in the next step. Plus 4x, so 4 into 9 upon 2, that means 4 into 9 divided by 2, so that's 18. Plus 18 plus c, so let's find out the value of c. Let's just do it directly. So 2 upon 3 minus 4 raised to the power 3 upon 2 minus 18, so that's c equal to, c is equals to minus 76 upon 3. ठीक हो गया? So that is the equation of the curve. Y is equals to 2x minus 5, the whole thing raised to the power 3 upon 2 divided by 3. Now wait a minute, I think I forgot to divide it by 3. Yeah, so I made a mistake here. I forgot to take the upon 3 into consideration. Yeah, so I need to do this again. Four raised to the power 3 upon 2. Yeah. So c is equals to minus 20. And now we have the equation of the curve. Yeah. Yep, I figured that out. Remember the 3-2-1 rule. 3 lines of working, pause for 2 seconds, review your work once before you move on. So upon 3, And then what's the value of C? C is equals to minus 20. And that finally brings us to the end of this paper. So will P2 be harder than P1? Yes, I think P2 will be on the harder side because I don't think P1 was that difficult. Okay, that's what I think. I hope I'm wrong. I mean, I hope I'm wrong in the sense that P2 turns out to be easy. Okay. So there's good news and bad news in both. If it's easy, the threshold will be on the higher side. If it's difficult, you guys will struggle, but the good news is the threshold will be lower. Okay. But again, don't count on the difficulty level of the exam. Don't count on the threshold. Just prepare for the worst. And that's it. That should take care of everything. Okay. So I made this paper deliberately difficult and lengthy so that we can practice for all the topics that haven't been tested. And I hope you guys were able to do that. Okay. I'll upload the solved version as well so that later on, if you guys want to practice or whatever, you have the solution as well. And we'll connect inshallah at 5:30 for permutations and combinations. So I'll see you guys at 5:30. Okay. And then we have another trigonometry stream. Maybe I'll postpone the trigonometry stream and do that tomorrow. Let's see. No, there will be no more. There will be no more mocks. Acha, threshold. Okay, threshold. Let me just tell you what's a good score in this paper. Okay, let me just tell you what is a good score in this paper. I think if you're scoring more than 85, that's a good score. Okay, that's actually a very good score. Okay, consider it to be A star level. If you're scoring more than, let's say, 75, that is a good score. Maybe good for an A. Okay. I'm done with around 5 years of papers. Should I do one right now? Well, you can do that, okay, but don't do anything tomorrow. Tomorrow just be in spectator mode. Okay. All right, so I'll stop here, fellas. See you guys inshallah in the next stream, which starts at 5:30. Okay. So take care, everyone. Allah Hafiz. 94 is good. 99 is good. 99 is very good, actually. 96 is also good. 96 is also good. Okay, but tomorrow I will be doing maybe a stream on velocity, and along with that, what else? Circles. I will not be doing a stream on circles tomorrow. Okay, because I've already done it. I would suggest you guys watch the stream that I've done already. Okay, because if I do it, I won't be solving a new question really. Velocity, I will. I meant 5:30 Pakistan time. Right now in Pakistan, it's 5:15. 5:14 actually. Okay. So, what was I saying? Yeah, trigonometry today. Tomorrow maybe velocity vectors. And I guess that's about it. Kinematics, I've already done kinematics. But maybe I'll do one more round of kinematics. Yeah, maybe one more round of kinematics along with velocity vectors. Okay. So permutations combination starts in about 15 minutes. Okay, so I'll see you guys in 15 minutes. Take a break, do whatever, and we'll connect in 15 minutes. Okay, so see you guys in a while. Take care, everyone. Allah Hafiz.